Right, man. Yeah, no flat until the 20 asked. Shit, I accidentally loaded that. Ugh. I couldn't find the save folder. The save directory for Game Pass is fucking terrible. So I have to ask like this. And potentially drop the damn thing. At least degrease, then we start. Yeah, not drop the whole thing. If I deleted them from the folder manually outside the game, I first of all could do it in bulk, and I would also be able to back them up in case I deleted the wrong one. Like, goddamn. Dolores? Yeah, there's no Vlad for another 3 days, which is when I get my money so I can afford Vlad. Yes, boys? You wanna join us? Yes, little kitty. Kitty boys. Yes, come up here then. Kitty. Kitty. There we go. Lap kitty. All is well. I'm Tinvest.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, right.
So, I'm Chinrest. Now the question is, do things stay emgoldened? Kitty in my layup. Kitty in my layup. I am Mangolio. Goal bowl. Oh. Yes, boys, you dribble a little bit. Got out. Fuck, what did I want to do? Dios. Which was being? Why am I being washed? Let's go hey Ras this way. Yes, kitty? You're flicking me with your little ear. Aye. Hagal zip liner. Ass. The gum some.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? thank you. Thank you. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must... Are you insane? You barge into my villa, uninvited, and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins?
I'm a Nero do well.
So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
I was hoping we could be mates.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money wasted.
That's me.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
He runs.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
I told everyone. No? Oh, crowdfund it all.
You stay away from my...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Knock some Sentius into this man here. Oh fuck. Golem. Kitty. Gallia!
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the... What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him.
It doesn't cost me the money
I'll
now.
make sure he passes on the message.
Kitty.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Go, Gallibalarius. What a fine man. What a lovely, lovely man. Let's follow him. Want to see him errand.
Ixion turns.
Ixi Cuxi Gulba.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Where is he? Oh, there he is.
How'd you do?
Look at him. I've got to run. He's just like, hey assassin, guys over there, bye. Damn, he's got the legs.
Salve. Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What?
I really like
Quick,
this
give
dude.
it
Send
here.
him around.
I'm
He's like,
just going to help her swallow
he's
this.
what we would
I
look
think
like.
she's going to be all
We
right.
look like when we're doing the
Galerius,
perfect
you're
ass.
amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment more, we would have lost her.
Can't stay. Places to be.
You're not done, are you? Oh.
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really?
He shoves it in his ass.
Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What now?
I have a message for Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Hilarious.
Citizen.
Oh no, is that stuck?
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
How dare you, Ono?
Citizen.
Do not talk about my time in the Legion.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
He means fucking.
Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Oh, it changed its name now.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
How dare you? The traitor. Why would I be a traitor if I didn't know? Oh, they knew. Oh, yeah, I guess. Fuck. Come on, Galvatron. Oh, all of this needs to finish, which is nice though, because it means you don't have to watch all of it in one loop. He's waiting. It's a bit weird, but it makes sense gameplay-wise.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new
wonder why
challenges are
he goes
nominated
here.
by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate
They're not.
by default.
Actually, I'd
see.
like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm busy right now.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's... You're a bit like... Sisyphus. Sisyphus, he was forcing him... Tantalus, oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going... Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what, I'll keep doing whatever I can. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need.
Duly noted.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you...
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, sneeze.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend.
How dare you?
What's on your mind? All right, friend.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Are they?
Aww.
We're finally alone. I assume... We have? I must... Is that about... Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out? Ask then. Good. Now... Of course. Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the Golden Rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox, you see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us and yourself. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the Golden Rule, and there is yet work to do. Understand?
He has very good understanding of this.
Excellent. So, it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Thank you. I'll be waiting here.
Whatever are you wearing? Oh, I wish Horatius would...
He's sensational. What did that say again? Horatius.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, What business? A lot of people have been looking for her. No, it's not that. We all care for Scintilla. She is, or was, a lovely young woman. But I learned long ago not to dwell on things beyond my control. Or to try not to, anyway. But I don't want to seem obstructive. If you have questions, ask away. If you're accusing me of a crime, you better have something to back it up. You're grasping at straws and it's not going to work. We're done.
Alright. Pal. really.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Wait, piss to gold. Already gold enough.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
I guess not, yeah.
Shalom, Fred. All right, Fred.
Shalom.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? What now? Listen, I don't abduct women. They come... Whatever.
The truest golden shower. I wonder if he has a box.
Arve.
Ave.
A new face. Arve.
Yes.
It'll be between Sentius. Why do you... As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
We've investigated that, yeah. It's a cistern, there's Satan in there.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
Ow. Yeah, it was a cistern down there, and there was one Satan. Wait, did it crash while saving? Is it doing the thing again? No. Ave Maria. Oh, the gum sub. Oh, yo. No, that's a Game Pass thing. Okay, so I'm running this through Game Pass, and Game Pass apparently has a save file folder size limit, right? But it doesn't seem to tell anyone about it. There was another game we played that also had that, and we ran into it. But that was not because we had too many saves, it was because I made the save file too big by building too many things, and when it won't write to the save file because it's too big, or all the space is used up, it will just give you an error. As if it can't write, it won't say you've used up everything, because I don't think Microsoft tells the devs that really. So there's nothing in the game to say you don't have access to save more in this folder anymore. It's full, fuck ass. It's just the fucking Game Pass client denying writing anything beyond a certain size to the directory, and it just gets a generic error back. Yeah, Game Pass is horrifically dumb. You've seen me trying to find the saves so I could delete some manually. The folder is just... And most of the files are locked as well, despite you being administrator. Can't touch them.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here. To elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me,
Wait, where's Dummy
I'm going
Guy?
to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I...
Hold on, give me a second there. There's just a commoner. He gets to vote. Domicius isn't a commoner. He's a commoner, but he doesn't get to vote. So he's probably
Promise
gonna
you,
try and.
There will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
I suspect he will get murdered then. Or something will happen. Dommy guy sitting in ambush somewhere.
Glad
That's
Galerius
quite an
won.
impressive bow you
He
have
deserved
there.
it.
Just like Diana's.
Magistrate Galerius, go down. Who was it that said what? If anyone saw the subtitles, I didn't catch who it was that whatted.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
Hold on. Oh yeah, he is foreigner.
I will. I will. Thank
This
you,
guy
Galerius.
depresses me. He's very well acted.
I'm
Makes
so
me sad.
happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Alright, pause it,
hello?
wait.
I'm Dooley.
No, that's me.
Oh,
No reason to
It
confuse
is
him
you.
more.
then thank you.
I don't know
You're
if
a
time
big
passes
helper.
while we talk.
I
I
was
think
locked
Galerius
up,
is about to get killed
but
by
they let me out again.
dumbass.
I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. and he said he always would. But
We heard that.
before that, he told me he gave me a key
I'm a
to
treasure
the
hunter.
cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said, "Please help me find it." Oh, thank you.
Electric motherfucker.
I hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining.
Uh-oh.
Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one
Duly
will
no.
mind if I just take it.
I need your help.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It would be a thing to dread if it could remain with you.
God, actual damn.
Death must even not come at all.
We will not be able to tank another shot. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, duly noted.
Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
You can. He. Oh. I hope you find. Oh, maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it.
I need your help.
Oh, I love seeing Dooley happy.
So Yulia is alive.
Dooley, you
Galerius
scrotum.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I got the thing at least. Come on, Sentius. At least no one tries to shoot Sentius, that's alright. I got Dooley's key though, god damn. So, if you have a guy that will steal like that, you don't lock him up. You say, you can borrow my stuff anytime you want as long as you give it back. That way he can't steal. Technically, anymore. That way no one fucking dies and you don't have to try and fuck around with the rules, alright, Cybert?
Salva. Huh? Yulia. Poor. All right. I'll go.
Quite happy I don't have to pay for that anymore, gonna. Hades, Lord of Many. I believe the Roman word for Hades was Piotr. Wait, did Hades have a Greek to ass? No, all the other ones did. I can't think of Hades as one. That annoys me. We just did that, yeah. Then he let Dooley out. The fuck is the Greek or Roman name for Hades? I'm actually not sure which one it is. Was that the only one they didn't Romanize? Hmm. Well, there have been some saves. Really? Well, yeah, I can see why they didn't use that then. Oh, I see. Because that's fucking dumb. It's pollute, one might say. Oh no, which ancient civilization had the messiest kitchens? Oh, you heard it earlier. You lie. Are you the one crying all this water? Parents shouldn't have named you captive. Educational, obviously. Molyneux. I guess the treasure was the lady, as a man theorized the other day. No one has that much cry in them, lady.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Thank Juno you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
If this is gonna be Galerius, then I'm gonna be very sad.
I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
So there's a statue behind me over there. So something's probably gonna happen here where I'll need to flee. But if I piss off Sentius, he won't send me back, yes.
Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the Golden Rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick. You have to let me go. It's now or never. Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
You're gonna kill him. And that's gonna bin my thing. God damn it.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Almost 15? I should be grateful for your stupidity. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust.
I mean, I killed him once, so I expect hold.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
You live the same day. You don't get any...
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Burn it, burn it, burn it. If
the many shall suffer
failed.
for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go.
One right behind me.
What's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
He caught fire and stood in front of the water, and even when he fell over, he just managed not to go in. God damn it. He keeps putting my cursor in the middle of the screen.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it.
I like how he recognizes his handwriting from having chiseled something into rock.
I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Did I mention that name? Or is he? Still have the quest for the ass. Lost me bow though. Yeah. Should be in hammer writing. Lol. Al, where'd you go?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Wouldn't the best way to... That's not gonna stop anyone who sees this and it's all like nice, ancient shit. You collapse it. Yeah, don't not enter here, and don't no. So, yeah, it's fucking Karen, but pronounced it wrong. Of course, she should have been called Sharon. Don't leave. Enter. No.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look. Here he comes. Al, it's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
It's gonna be dick butt.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Ass. They were in the past. They were gonna be dead anyway. This is gonna load the one I saved in the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Fine man though. God damn it. I do a proper save, yeah.
You. Who are you?
Blah blah blah.
He wants to. Behind the only problem. I don't. I'm done. There won't. There's no. What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Don't diss me. LOL. Where's the dickhead? NP lol. Club up in the what? So it refers to Scrumbulus. Descent. So much fucking money. I don't think I have any use for it.
I want you to go and inform Equitier. Sir? Are you under duress, sir? I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir.
We have not figured that out now.
All that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
The question is, where does what's his face go? Why wasn't he at the election?
Be careful who you trust.
I like how I'm just citizen immediately. So I'm assuming if we confront what's his face about it, we get an ending as well. That was the guy in the tunnels. Yeah, I'll talk to him at some point. I'm just asking this.
Citizen.
The guy in the unders.
What is it, citizen? All right.
You can't talk to him about yes. Yeah.
Oh, don't mind me. Right,
time to fuck everything up. Also.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know?
He's pretty good at
your
saying
name?
the same things, knowing that he has said them before.
We have? I must... Is that a... Seen... Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you.
What?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one.
You heard that.
You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memory. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed.
Heard it.
He was a moralistic fellow, and because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, and when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose. The next time I awoke, you showed up. I mean, you've less than 15 times? Impressive. And yet everything you've done has been because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about. So, you discovered my secret. Why? Isn't it obvious? And as long as
He remembers shit, so this has to come to an end or something with this line of conversation.
Death. And why would I agree to that? Oh, you and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions or what happens, where you're from. Least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time, so if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be... That means if I die, you'll be... I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Goddamn. Hmm.
I thought I told you to get out of...
What's a knob?
Arve,
Oh.
a new face. Arve. Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is, and I'm afraid even I don't know, although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
We've had this conversation.
Older. I see. I wonder if... No.
Fucking Sharon.
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill, or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? You have? Then what is it? Yes. What else? Yeah, what else? That it's... You mentioned... I see. And... Because... But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Oh, I didn't get this before. Good night.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Okay, thank you. Closely follow foot. Cannonballs. That wasn't very deep. He's gonna bare her tits, and then I'm gonna get golden ruled for boinging a priestess or some shit.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Charon. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
No, it's Sharon.
Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Why does Pluto get to walk on all fours and wear a collar, but Goofy doesn't?
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross,
That was
only
a
if they could
new
pay him
line,
with a
I think.
coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
As in that one line had been recorded at a different time, it sounded like, with different equipment. Like they were revising something. I didn't have the recording studio anymore, so she did something at home.
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
time inflation. Wait. If this turns out to be the future version of all those fucking coins I have inflated by taking them from different timelines, I may shit.
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter.
Tablets,
Orpheus,
I guess.
a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would
Just
be the
that
boldest,
James guy.
but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Fuck you, the name of Filbert Rearhowler will be asked in the annals of history. What does that mean?
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Yeah, I'll just turn the roof to gold so the fucking thing collapses. Voldemort, he's called Romeo in DK.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Why did I just fail?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt.
Because I need to find salt.
Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Oh yeah, I thought he was one of the nicer ones.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
Okay, so right now we are extremely far away from the place we need to ask. I'll probably die if I need to run from here. So I hope we don't have to redo this conversation.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It asks me to knock twice.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
They were all dicks, Cybert. Like, fucking Zeus's wife would always punish people that he fucked.
Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who.
Dennis?
All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time.
Yeah, you missed
Perhaps
everything.
It would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Curse you, Sharon. Blub 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 blub. Galerius, the finest man, became mayor. Yeah, I talked to her, you penis.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Certainly is a place. Man has an experience.
Isn't the
Goddamn.
great temple majestic?
I wanted to try something.
Citizen.
Piotr. I like how he enjoys his fucking infinite life of this one day that's just him sitting around waiting for me to fuck up so he has to sprint and die. Duh. Where's the goose? No. Probably not. Oh right, yeah, it has the shimmering thing over. Most stuff has that icon shimmering thing over. He probably just kept figuring. Well, actually, it's kind of weird because he sort of. Yeah.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
I suppose something fucked up and he asked the man in, but he can only bin you a day ass. So he did that when something fucked up. Ay, ay, ay. I'm bad at finding my way through ass, god damn it.
Citizen.
Doctor, god damn it. All alike. There it is. Not allowed to ask her for some reason.
Oh, you're here. And, I hope I'm not being... There's... Oh, I take back what I said. Let's just Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I...
Oh boy, free gossip.
offered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing. And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right, see ya.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name.
Belgium.
Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid.
He was an
He
egghead.
gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Got Seems the Yama doesn't change depending on where I am in us. Oh no.
Ah, a fellow traveler. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
The ass?
Very well. But the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing.
It's fucking Santa or Kabutas.
So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw?
Satan?
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
Yeah, it's one of those plates that eat things that are in it.
I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
It's a warehouse. Oops.
Hey, my friend. Ah, I hope.
Oh right, it's the Altaman that eats it, isn't it? See if other guy wants egg.
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. May I say, that is... Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you have any use for it down here. Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii? Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about.
If it was, you couldn't draw it. That thing was for show.
All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I just want a little assurance that I can trust you, that's all. I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow. What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke? I don't believe this is happening. Don't even talk to me.
I had some ass eggs as well if you wanted. I forgot the old man was down here. I don't get why the other guy got fucked. Flicker, weird shit. Alright, der Alte. Wait, did I find a body down here last I was here?
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome. May I ask your name?
That's not true, Tomb. Educational platypods lay eggs and they're mammals.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Left and right, maybe. Sinister question.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
What a dexterous observation there.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and the problem with this is, as soon as someone comes in that doesn't care and just wants to be binned as a statue, then there's nothing anyone can do to stop that man. But I guess these people have been handpicked for not being that kind of man.
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
It would depend on what you are, wouldn't it? Like, as a person, no. If you were some sort of omnipotent asshole, sure.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
So yeah, the Socratic method, or as I think in DK we call it some majoritic or whatever the fuck, which is basically midwife's philosophy, is where you drag stuff out of people by asking them questions, usually leading rather than actually engaging in much ass. This is called something. This is an ethics thing, so social contract, I think. I forget.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right? I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual? I see. So you get to decide right from wrong, but people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
God damn it. There's not much wiggle room here. Like, he can decide what's right and wrong. He just... whether or not he acts on it is up to, like, the wife should have a say in wanting to be stoned or eaten.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
I would absolutely be able to reach that line if I have my distance to it. Until I get there. I think the problem with the Golden Rule is that like, it's like you tell someone the laws here, what are the laws? Then not tell them. Like this is once again someone deciding what's right and wrong, and then some other fuck stoning his wife, and then that was wrong because it's all inside one guy's head, like dickhead.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
Goddamn, you time traveler. Well, poison isn't wrong if you make someone drink it themselves knowing that it is poison. Then you're just presenting an option that someone takes. If you poison them without them knowing, then you'd be fucked. Like the guy killing himself, that wasn't wrong. So, Fisk, I assume.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Yeah, but you told them it was poison afterwards, and like, this is a way out, kill yourself, and then they drank it willingly. It's in the wording, I guess. Because by the time they end up paying for it with borrowed money and shit, they'll be like, oh well.
They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto. But long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his Furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
If you eat someone with malnutrition, then you'll not gain enough to not malnutrition yourself, so he reverse ate them, I guess.
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
I guess he sucks algae off the walls as well, like a lump sucker.
As you wish. Ha! If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription? It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
Gotta get some water damage.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
The dreamlands of unknown Kabardash.
I enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
NP fucking barrel philosopher. Fisk. Compensate for the lack of sunlight, Fisk.
Ah, you've returned.
Nah, mate. Man has no penitent memory. What's it called? There's a weird noise in my headset when I ask this. Like if I alt tab and turn off all sound, there's like this noise. Why would he need an automata? This guy's just dumped. The others were packed up neatly and shelved. That guy just got a corner. But I can't select that guy. So this is like that bit in Ezreal's Tear where we fuck up Lincoln. Weird flaw. Mr. Stealth with a sneaky. The Gumsov. Possibly the greener stars. There are those cultures that every now and then ask their dead asses out. They get the Nan from the tomb and parade her around for party, and then ask her back in. I don't know if that's the guy. Nice, this is a bald guy. that the... oh. Arrows. Oh, I see. So it was all like, oh, so if you don't like horror sections, you can skip this about the other thing, but this thing that has an actual jump scare, there was no such prompt. Right, Lentil? Yeah, I went in front of it. That makes them look at you. Mainly wonder what these are doing down here. I thought they were only peeled in the place. Big shot. What a wiggler. Fucking invisible wall. Look at that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. But these have been peeled a bit, Lentil. So the inside men are like, nah. This sucks. Free natural peeling. These fucking invisible walls are very irritating. You also slide off stuff so easily. Invisible walls. I bounce off them, it's very irritating. So you're trying to get up in one spot. And like up there, from this way. And because you jump and there's an invisible wall, you'll bounce off it with your momentum and be tossed somewhere else. I don't mind games that have you bounce from momentum if you hit something. Then bounce somewhere else. That's fine. I just find it very annoying when they, oh, nice ass. when it also applies to invisible things. So suddenly you could maybe try and jump something like a ledge like this, and it'll just bonk you and throw you somewhere. And denied. Yes, boys. You make snore. Little kid. So many different afterlives asked in here. So what am I? No god man? Jan Akka. That guy looks like evil spirit though. Is that Kitty? Woodchuck? It's very weird with the drop. The guy. I've seen this never-ending journey. Oh, whoa, whoa. Thing will bin you if you look at its tits or something, the statue. I like this to how they're holding the Ankh. It's like a little purse. There's the guys. Good thing I didn't shoot him.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess, another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
I guess they removed the Goldie Shooty statues from down here as well, since they didn't get binned.
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Tyvum. So, what's with the peelers?
Now, As for the other plaque, indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Oh, come on, man.
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
Watch out for the pigs.
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
Uh-huh.
Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
The Seaman Slinger. Yeah, I'd probably, if allowed, argue that they might all have been the same god anyway, and whatever people call them might not matter.
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kerti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
It's weird that Karen introduced herself as Karen to us, not Sharon, but it seems like we would have some sort of modern equivalent, but...
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
But nah, that's Sharon.
I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me, for I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there. Most unwise. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. We shall see.
He was pretty good about that. I thought he'd start bowing us. Gertie. I thought it was Kitty. Your tent is fat.
Praise Ra. Truly, the gods are powerful in this place.
Ugh, you made me do this, you penis. Nurgle. WaterClan sucks. Very different looking men. Neat. Fucking invisible walls, look at this. Fall up and over. Is that Horus? Look at this derpy fuck. Expected there to be a quiver of arrows here. It's gonna be Battlefoot. Fisk? Hey. Oh well. Mm. None of the men turned to bullshit still have the arrows in them. Mm. Goddamn rock. I suppose. Where's the mandatory wiggler? Feels good. Very, very wavy here. Something that doesn't really have much wavy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go like that. Learn from our miss. Well, if he died, he'd have written something like ARG. Damn it, mate. Hmm. Hmm. Didn't trigger another one of itself. Probably open something. Considering how their doors and shit, which are pretty simple hinges, have fallen to piss. They did pretty well, making that boulder mechanism still work this long. Invisible walls every fucking where. That sort of shit needs to be cleaned up. Hmm. Here we go again. Oi. Wait, what? Oh damn. Slowest stone known to all of Maidendom. Maybe flooding shit might not have been the correct movers.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
Man, what are you doing down here?
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Then you admit it. You wish to destroy the sacred beliefs of my people. I will not allow this. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Now you insult me and all of my ancestors. You have sealed your own fate. Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
These fucking invisible walls. I am now dead. Oh, now I'm just back here. Yeah, I think this is the worst thing about this. It's all those invisible walls. The geometry is like, the game is about sometimes running fast in certain ass ways, and it just, yeah.
When I told you that you You have... Why? Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate. Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yeah, the invisible walls are awful. Especially when they're really bad and you need to hurry. It's probably not the way I need to go anyway. I saw that come from the... what? Okay, not intended. Waddle my way out of the water volume.
When I told that you...
Blah blah blah.
You... Why?
Why would I lie to him?
Why? But what? Blasphemous fool! You... I can only...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I have no idea what's actually intended here. It's so janky. I don't know. I can't see anything, and all of these shoot at me, and I can take 2 shots before I go down.
When that you... You have... Very... Why? That many we prepare, and yet did... Blasphemy! You...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Nope. Yeah, there's an invisible wall here. Well, much like clicking things that say steal, I assume clicking something called lie would automatically just ask the thing anyway.
You very why? We prepare, and yet did our priests.
He just, I mean, he'd yell blasphemy, yeah?
I am.
If you say you're gonna go kill them, I don't know.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive.
NVM, I figured it out.
Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Fine, man. More invisible walls. Yeah, they got really sloppy with that in these later areas. There's just so many invisible walls. Like, look at this. At least put it at the fucking end of the path. Especially when this is a section where you could end up thinking that you need to go somewhere quickly. If they just want you to die in this room, why not just kill you in the animation? Why give you that run around option if it's just gonna fuck things up? Guess what? Guess what I found? Invisible wall. Oh. Still invisible wall. Fantastic. How dare you squish me? I don't think there was any need for that. Hmm. How dare you squish Starcola and Nikolai Malthus of Clan Jade Falcon? You saying I bargained poorly and it wasn't done? What up there, Alte?
You carry the gift of Prometheus. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need?
Yeah.
I enjoyed.
Mm-hmm. Or tie them. Hit, not press or anything. Just fucking slap it hard.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? Certainly. May fortune...
Oh, now she's fine talking about this out here. N fucking P. Getting quite dim.
Be careful who you trust.
I do what I want. I assume this opens the temple. The gums up. God butt plug. I like how you can zoom like this, but only when you don't have the bow out. Dennis. Knocky knocky. Hey, I'm Susa Shagyanan. This way, there's one way. Oh, I see, so it depends on which ass I'm in. I'm gonna strobe him when I find him. He's gonna be a space Mayan or something, like fucking... What's the game? Farron Indingo. Oh god damn it.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names.
Dennis.
Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others.
I'm a protagonist.
And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Where's Glomko? Yeah, it was pretty bright in the other room. Fucking... Ask him something dumb. We'll answer 50 chords.
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor
Yeah, he can spell honor. It's like, I was about to ask him how big his dick was when he was prayed away.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Might guy?
Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
God damn. I mean, if he can pick and choose who goes into the underworld, just get a bunch of introverts. They will, or Finnish people, they will just stay away from each other for a year, and then you'll be set, you knobhead.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost
Totally
all the
random
tokens are accounted
afterlife.
for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persephone's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course.
I very much hope that there isn't some decision at the end of this that I will have to see the other bit of by clicking through all this again.
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces. their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
God damn, you're basically just yelling not canon and golding people.
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Wait. So it's literally just if you think what you're doing is wrong or not. That... what? That makes no sense.
Enough. You clearly know nothing. I've always considered this should the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans. It is yet. For you, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Damn it, we promised not to say anything about that. Also, I made sure to do stuff where the statues couldn't fucking see, and I got binned anyway, goddammit.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I'd like to try and click that, but I don't want to do all this again. Can I save here? No.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? Ah, the tavern keeper, yes? How is that inconsistent with the rule?
This is very Skyrim. I know this started as a Skyrim mod and, like... yeah. You could feel in Enderal it had... there was a lot of limitations in the conversation system, how that worked and shit. And you can sort of tell that they retained some of that here.
I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from?
Oh, so this guy isn't Time Man or whatever. He's in the past. I guess the wife did that.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all. Now tell me, the midwife in the palace, yes? How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Applying this rule always requires us to... Now tell me, abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it? He did so because she sought to escape, a sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing you're right, then my law's been broken. Now tell... Do you honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Ha 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 ha. Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man?
Bees are right.
Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? Of course not, because that would be absurd. just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me, because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Wait, what? What are you saying? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
It's the fucking thing you've been doing to people all...
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us.
I would try more of these, but this conversation is so fucking long and I don't want to start it over again.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now.
Oh, don't sulk.
And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice, quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
God damn.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
Sure.
Farewell, mortal.
Oh goddamn. Gamsov.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here I am. I'm sorry,
Yeah, so this doesn't make much sense. He said that he had, what, 2 tries or something left before something with the wager or whatever. But Sharon got us hundreds of years and everything.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this. I'm fairly certain you and I are the fortunate. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and they believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, I see. For a moment there I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Yeah. Dump down.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody... You go on.
Alright. Good on Galerius, learning to write, read.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered, while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
This is one of those things where you ask and then you drown in a puddle of water in the most pathetic panic attack known to man.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
God, you probably have different deaths depending on who you choose in the beginning.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Fiskin.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5...
But Dick guy left a long time ago. So, what? He left in the past. So he's been here alone, waiting to toss me in the... That makes no sense.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
God, don't upset Al. Why do you look like that? So, the other time where we went in the boat as well, I guess we were also resurrected. But, who fuck you? Wait, 1 year? That's how long you have to live without sin? What the fuck now? Penis, god damn it. Virgil?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Didn't he have black hair before?
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
He's doing well speaking Latin, I guess. In the Uck.
I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's so wonderful to see you again. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
Duly noted.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
They probably wouldn't have had different dialogue if I'd actually spoken to them in the last timeline.
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing. Yeah, they're fun. Bye-bye.
Look at him.
There he is.
It's you.
I know, we just spoke.
Oh, hello.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to
Hi
thank
there.
you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Absolutely not, Tomb.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Yeah, Rome sucks. There's no way of getting out of it.
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
More umlauts, please.
Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
Yeah.
Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Stranger. Checking out some cock.
Hey.
It's good to see you again.
We didn't talk.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you.
That's a weird statistic, Otto. Where does that apply? If they drop out, fail, have to do it again for a different country? What? If they could do it all over again, they 50% wouldn't?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
No, I don't think so. After I talked to her and fucked off again, that wasn't an option.
Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Perhaps. And you. Farewell.
Hello.
Greetings, my friend. It is a sincere pleasure to see
Baker
you
Lady.
once again. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful.
Did I? I don't think so. I'll go back.
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
Hey. Hi there. You certainly scrub up all right. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
God damn.
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
He did want to be immortal.
Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Hello. You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew,
but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
She has exactly the kind of dress I'd expect her to wear.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
Ugh.
Oh, it really is. You too.
And here you are. It's wonderful to see you again. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. Aha! You remember that? I have to admit, I have been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicines, and a series of prosperous democracies. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still a way to go.
Nah, he was of Sela.
I hope so. My sincere thanks once again.
Mm-hmm.
Magnificent museum, is it not?
I've seen all this before.
Some soiree, innit? We meet again, old friend. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and Future Seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune.
Get all those.
Don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Get all the old Pitch Black DVDs. The Diesel, the Chronicles of Narnia.
Good evening.
As.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
Modiscs is where it's at.
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Didn't Galerius just go, mate, don't jump, you're not in debt anymore, bye. She's basically gonna be some sort of traumatic briber. Goddamn. Man, I want to do some bat shell, but we're almost done.
Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
I agree to everything. Kid.
We meet again.
Hello there.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
It's that guy from Star Wars.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Plundered any more tombs lately, my friend? I must say, I am ashamed of the way I acted when we first met. If I had known you would go on to confront and triumph over the tyrant masquerading as the Lord of Silence, I would never have blocked your passage. You are most gracious. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
I thought they all got a bunch of money, but I guess he just likes that jacket. Curdy-gurdy. Oh.
Nice to meet you.
Aww.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy
You interrupted
stuff.
yourself.
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
I don't know, there might be a few things. Usually when you get an ending, it says what would have happened if you'd done something.
Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant. You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
I wonder if I talked to them in opposite order, that line would still be the same.
Hi.
Slap those hands together. Oh.
We meet again.
That one started automatically.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. And I wanted to say thanks, and no hard feelings, for leaving me in that cistern when you did. I know it must have been a difficult decision, but it was the right one.
No, she did get out.
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way.
Fucking
sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Oh shit, you've peaked.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
Me neither.
You too.
This will fuck up with the auto saves as well. I'm gonna make sure there's room enough. Aviation. Water resolution. Wait, what? Oh, I see. What you thinking? Look at all this penis. Oh, it's a leaf. Buck man.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Oh.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
She's very goddamn.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish
Really
countless
regular
poor
mortal,
souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly, to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We are all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was.
Styx flags.
But I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Are those all the people we can hear down there?
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld in return, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Was that my ass as the statue? Still didn't know what was in the... what was in that room behind the statue. Oh well. I think we are done though. There shall be some bachal. What a guys. Yeah. Okay, I will be back in a couple of minutes with some bachal. VRB, time for watching. Fine game,